Alrighty, hello. Good afternoon. Happy Monday to you all. Everyone is doing well. Let's check my audio real quick. Just gonna make sure everything is going fine on this end. But again, hope you are doing well. Happy Monday. I figured I had a while before I'm supposed to go in, or potentially heading in. Turn that down just a little more. It's a little loud. Anyways, so yeah, I got a couple hours before I'm due to head in, or supposed to head in, because they gave me the option, and I did say I would come in today. I'll go ahead and make my way up to the airport so I can make some money, so I can get my car registered, so I can drive the Focus and not the Vic and all that stuff. Keep the Vic off the road as intended. So we're back here, but anyway, so we're back here in what was Skutvik. This is now Hasvik. Was just building the town, getting it just kind of done up last night, or starting to establish the layout. This is a rural community, so it's not doesn't have roads going every which way and whatnot. So, we're just kind of getting the little town area established right here. So, this is the kind of main road into Hasvik and such. So, little church, you know, has a little corner store over here, the Konsum. I love little ads on the side. Kinda want chocolate now. Anyways, you know, and adding some signs as well, you know, like no trucks on this road and such. Did the railway crossing ahead signage, so actually got some crossings plopped down, except right here. So I've got some crossings plopped in, and started to work a little bit on the airport. So we're getting the airport put in, which sits over here. So this is the Hasvik Lufthaven, which is home to the RIF, or I forget how they pronounce it, the RIF airport. So I put one of our airports here. I made the runway a little shorter than I wanted to, or should have, because I probably should have lengthened out a little bit more. I probably could, I just really don't want to, because I went ahead and did custom numbers, just the outlines of the numbers on the pavement. Of course, this runway a little more narrower than the other side, so this is a little more compact, but nevertheless. So, yep, and the runway slopes just like any runway I've ever been on does, which I really appreciate. We got our taxiway here, another smaller taxiway here, and then I'll probably create a small taxiway that comes off the main apron to runway 32. So, but yep, so this is the small airport. There'll be like a couple commercial flights in and out of here. And then I'm going to put the train station over here, which will sit close to the airport, so on and so forth. But that's about it. I've extended the train line, or the rail, yeah, that's extended the main line up over to the A13 suspension bridge. So it goes under the bridge and starts to come up this way. Rating. And it ends back up over here. I've also been working on just the history of Kaldvann in a nutshell, just kind of getting it more plopped. I think I'm up to the early 1800s so far, in terms of how Kaldvann is established. Sorry, I'm also taking you along the main line to show you the work. Not that there's really any work I've done, but just to show you what we got going on here. This area was a pain in my ass. I hated it very thoroughly. levels out coming through town. I'll put a road here to kind of level that out so it won't be so messed up. And then coming through here, I'm probably just going to put like a tunnel or something. Or I'll figure it out. Maybe I need to curve the line a little more. Make this curve just go over here. And then over here along the shoreline. And then kind of maybe go straight. I don't know. I'm thinking that's a pond of some kind. It's hard because the shadows also kind of appear to be dark, so I can't really tell what's what. But we are almost to the rail crossing down here, so I'm pretty happy about that. But I figured, you know, I want to work a little bit on the towns, or one of the towns back here, Hasvik, and then I'll work maybe on this town over here. One thing I do want to do in one of these towns, probably over here, is figure out if there's a place that I can put a small sawmill as we go along. But yep, so that's kind of all I've really been doing over here. Just kind of getting the town plopped in, also working with signs. I have stuff being downloaded, which is almost done from the looks of it. I'm just creating a very small, very rural town. You know, they don't really have sidewalks all the way around. But they're just a very little rural community, so, which is kind of funny because Trondheim sits pretty much right where that ruler is, right over there. No, that's where the rail line was going to go. I can get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, Trondheim sits back up over here, so we're not too far away from civilization, but just far enough out. We also have two airports relatively close to each other, Centrum Lufthaven and Hasvik Lufthaven. So, but anyways, so we're gonna get into it. I'm gonna go ahead and start I can't speak. Plopping down buildings, if I could spit that out. Oh jeez. I don't know how I feel about that. Like a small dirt road that comes over this way. I'll work a little bit with the foundations there. Yes, like I said, I've been working a little bit with the history of Kaldvann, and kind of just establishing, you know, like a timeline of when things occur. So, you know, as I kind of go along, let me just put this somewhere I can nab it, because my phone will inevitably fall asleep. But if we are talking about the history of Kaldvann, we have to go all the way back to 1586, when the first settlers were discovered, or when the first settlers arrived and settled upon Kaldvann. This was an exploration an expedition from Norway that started out of Trondheim and ended up here. So they established this community back then. Established it a very, very long time ago. Only 2 years later, after the first settlement was established in Trondheim, or in that general area, a very cold and bitter winter in 1588 killed about a sixth of the settlers who were just unprepared, unequipped. There's a shortage of food that year due to a poor harvest. So a sixth of the settlers lost their lives to that winter, basically froze to death. Also, sorry, my voice is not having it today. Why, I don't know, but it is not. But we're gonna work the best we can with it. I will try my best just to kind of give it a rest where I can, and so on and so forth. But yeah, throat is not happy today for some unbeknown reason. But yep. So that first couple winters, because the first settlers would have arrived in probably the early to midsummer from Norway. So they, this would be their second winter. They weren't incredibly prepared. It came on early. It came on very brutally. Just decimated a lot of the things. But being a hardy people they are from Norway, they pushed on. They just kind of learned from their mistakes and were able to prepare better for a situation like that again. Some smaller communities kept kind of popping up on the island where they came into. I still have yet to name the island that Trondheim sits on. I will probably think of that soon. I've kind of been racking my head of what to exactly call that. So I will try to think of something. But on that island, little towns and communities kept popping up, or little farmsteads, were just kind of being built and popping up out there. But in 1591, the colony of Trondheim was established. It was formally recognized by Norway to be a colony of theirs under the sitting crown of Norway. So I believe in 1591 that would have been, I can't remember if that was Denmark, Norway yet, or if that was still the Kalmar Union. It's one or the other. Let me check that real quick. Let's see. No, so its whole history would have been under Denmark, Norway. Kalmar Union ended in 1523. Denmark, Norway went from 1523 to 1814. So pretty much most of my history so far is under Denmark, Norway. And then 1814 would be the Kingdom of Norway, which is what's still persisting today. But yeah, so the colony of Trondheim was formally established under the rule of Denmark, Norway. It is primarily a Norwegian colony, but they were formally recognized, formally would be expected to contribute to the country and whatnot, but Jesus. But anyways, so In 1594, new settlements started to pop up on the main island, particularly the first communities of Hovden, Hasvik, and what was the other one? Hovden, Hasvik, and Nitsunda, or Nitsun, which would be first community of Hasvik actually did not sit here. It sat a little bit further over by the cliffs. Nitsund is over by the bridge, and Hovden actually sat closer to the mountain. They were fairly close to the mountain. They were using resources of the mountain. There was a forest out that way at the time. They were cutting and using for building materials. So Hovden was a bit more of a industrial community at the time. But those are the three communities that popped up in 1594. They didn't grow very rapidly, but they did. They did see quite a few residents move out and move to. I'm just gonna put a stop sign. So many people moved to there to seek work, to kind of expand outward. It was the first major expansion that the colony had seen since pretty much its arrival, because towns popped up all over the island over there, and of course they landed and they saw this island and didn't quite venture too far out at that point. They were a little nervous to go off. They felt more comfortable, and they felt this land over here was large enough for what they needed. They were a wee bit on the keen side to just stay close to where they were. They didn't want to venture over here. The sound, it seemed like a border. They just did not want to come over here for whatever reason. Particularly something that put them off was these are volcanoes at the time. They were kind of smoking a little bit, steaming. They kind of felt that this was land of the gods. They felt that they had truly found Valhalla, of just how beautiful it is. They heard rumors and stories and tales about Valhalla and where the gods live and such. So many of the settlers at the time who had left Norway, in search of better land, most of them were pagan at the time, and felt that that this was a sacred land, that this was a land that they should not be on, and eventually some brave people decided that come over here, settle, that they would not be infringing upon anyone or anything, so they came over here. In 1598, however, only 4 years later, small eruptions began. Moreover, in here, smaller eruptions started to be seen from the peaks of this mountain, and notably some smaller eruptions were just kind of occurring all around the large mountain, which did receive a name, and we'll get to that here in a little bit. But the small eruptions began in that time, and settlers took notice. They weren't too concerned at that point. They obviously, like I said, they did take notice of the occurrence. They weren't just ignoring it, but they felt it was far enough away to where it didn't matter. It wasn't anything that needed to concern them. It wasn't infringing upon their life. It wasn't hurting them. Obviously, volcanoes have been around since the dawn of time. I believe predates humanity, or yeah, it does predate humanity because dinosaurs and such. So volcanoes have been around for a long time. This wasn't a new concept to anyone really. So they weren't too terribly concerned. They knew that was a force of nature. So they reported their findings to the colony of Trondheim, which is where the local government was established. And it was decided that no further expansion would occur past the mountain ranges. They wanted to make sure everyone could get back to Trondheim if need be. They wouldn't have to go around the mountains and potentially get cut off. So no further expansion past the mountains would occur, just on the off chance. Anyways, so that was something that is kind of very important to the history. That kind of goes further in later down the line in explaining Kaldvannian history, particularly later on when the French sort of arrived. But again, I will get to that a bit. So in 1605, and the small eruptions had been on and off for quite a while. They'd been on and off for about 7 years. Nothing major. They'd have a small eruption and it would go for maybe a few weeks or so, and then it would die off, and then maybe a couple months would pass by, then another small eruption would occur. A series of earthquakes did plague the island. So that was something that the earliest settlers had to kind of contend with. A bit of an annoyance in life, more or less, but nothing that was huge, nothing that was gonna render anywhere uninhabitable. The earthquakes weren't very large, but did kind of annoy the hell out of people. But in 1605, the first major eruption occurred on the mountain right there, which is referred to as, and I'm gonna butcher this, Deketsmeltetfjell, which is basically, if I'm remembering this correctly, Deket, what's that? I believe it's covered or capped. Covered molten mountain. So there's a glacier up there. There's a whole glacier up there that sits on top of that mountain, and it's covering the magma and stuff. And but when the major eruption happened in 1605 on Deketsmeltetfjell, or Fjell, it blew out large hole. There was ash just raining down all over Kaldvann. And lava began to flow down the mountain, and it came down the north face of the mountain and started to flow into Hovden, which in 1605, the same year, a few months after the first eruption, or not a few months, a few weeks, I'm sorry, a few weeks, I changed that word, after the first eruption, the first settlement of Hovden was destroyed by the lava flows, thus decimating that community, because obviously they're all made of wood, and lava kind of, doesn't stop for no one. So unfortunately, that community was decimated, pushing everyone out, and the dangers of this island became very real. It became very apparent to those who were already living here that this was a very dangerous area to be in. So the lava flows eventually started to push towards other towns. There was concerns about other communities falling victim to same how Hovden did. So they evacuated, they left. Crops were starting to fall victim to the lava flows. So people left. They came back to Trondheim. What am I looking for? So people left. They came back to the main island, or the first settlement island. Again, I had to drum up a name. I can't think of a name for this island. But they came back over here and resettled further away. There was concerns about ash raining down on Trondheim, which the ash did because it's not too terribly far away. It wasn't as bad as per se on the main island. At the tail end of 1605, the lava at that point had surrounded or had kind of cut off the abandoned community of Hasvik. But everyone had already left. And the next year, early next year, the Norwegian government, the Norwegian deemed that the main island was uninhabitable. It was too treacherous, if I can speak today, for settlers to live upon. So they barred anyone from ever living out here. People could come here if they so wished to, possibly to maybe cut lumber or such, but there would be no permanent settlements on this island, just due to safety concerns and calls from the public. So 1605 or 1606, I'm sorry, that just kind of went by the wayside, and eventually in 1606, into the springtime, the eruptions ceased. The lava flow would begin to slow and also cease as well, and the lava field would begin to cool. But from 1606 onward, going forward, about a decade or so, a little over a decade, about 13 years, things were pretty quiet in Kaldvann at that point. Not a whole lot of happenings. Just pretty straightforward. People just living, living their lives, just kind of doing whatever it is people do, really, from the day-to-day existence. Until about 1619, when in an unseasonably cold year, a very, very cold summer, a very, very poor summer, a lot of clouds, not a lot of sunshine, very, very poor temperatures, often at points, in the evenings, barely above freezing, led to a poor harvest that year. The harvest for that year was very dismal. As they couldn't grow wheat, they couldn't grow the crops they needed to, so the harvest was just kind of dog shit that year, which led to a famine into 1619 and 1620, which really, really hurt a good chunk of the population. A lot of malnourishment, a lot of just a lot of issues really persisted. Famines don't bring a whole lot of good stuff with them. Word was sent back by 1620 to the Norwegian government to try to lend assistance, which they attempted. They sent some food, and if they could, but unfortunately, it takes a while to sail your ship across the ocean and such. Kind of have to wait for prevailing winds, but help did finally eventually come. Not a whole lot of help, but some help did arrive into the latter half of 1620. But a good chunk of the populations greatly suffered. There were issues all around, honestly, and that's going to be a very interesting subject to cover once I get there. I don't have a whole lot of information on the famine quite yet, but but that's kind of something that will be very, very interesting to write in its lasting effects beyond 1619, 1620. Due to the malnourishment of the people, there were issues with disease running around as people started to die. They just a very, very dire situation that threatened humanity here on the island. But nevertheless, that'll be something interesting to write when I get there. But after the crops started to grow again, a couple of years after the fact, so about 1621, 1622, the harvest was better. Of course, it was still lasting effects of the poor harvest kind of lingered along, and it kind of had a very strong grip on the population for some years to come. But about, I'd say, 1627, everything started to kind of work itself out. People were getting back on their feet again. The population started to grow again. They were able to kind of recover from this. So I'm looking for buildings, like just sparse housing around here. I would like to do a couple of apartment-esque buildings, kind of similar to like this, I guess. Actually, I could probably just use that. That would sit over here and here. I need to clean this damn keyboard. But yeah, about 1627 is when everything started to kind of work itself out. Kind of get a shit view though, because they only have one window that looks out towards mountain. They don't really get a view of that. That sucks. They can always come out in the balconies. Unless I stuck that over here. Kind of turn it the other way. Views are important in life. Yeah, I'll build it here. They has view of small pond. I'll put small pond here, yes. Yes, they have nice view of pond. But yeah, so that's what kind of happened after the famine. And again, after that, really history just kind of goes along. Nothing really major happens. At that point, it's a lot of just local happenings. Towns popping up over on the main island and such. Not a whole lot happening. By 1665, though, Norway and some government officials who came from Oslo wanted to see how the colony was doing. They wanted to take a tour. They wanted to visit and see their colonists. They've never really been here, so they came out and were treated to quite a great visit in all standards. Such. Just clean out my microphone or my mouse. My cat sheds like a mother. Like he just sheds like nobody's business. Um, yeah, so they came out to visit and see the colony, and just kind of take a little bit of a tour. And after or upon visiting, they discovered the great lumber industry here, the great fishing industry here. Fishing was by far some of the most common jobs. I mean, everyone here at this point was practically a fisherman. Um, so um, there were requests for the colony to start exporting their lumber product and their fish product back to the homeland and such. So it's not as bad, but anyways, so major export of goods back to Norway, which helped boost the local economy. Um, they were able to start giving incomes to many of the locals, so that kind of started to create, like I said, a very, very large boost for the local inhabitants with their goods now, not just being sold within Kaldvann or exported within Kaldvann, but they were starting to be sent back to Norway and Denmark. So there was a bit of pride and a jump to get on the the bandwagon with exportation and fishing. So just a big jump in local economy in 1665. But really after that, after 1665, that was really it. Like I said, back to kind of local happenings, local issues. There was a small uprising in 1678 of a group of people at that point who were upset with how they were, how they were being treated, how exportation. We were expected to pay taxes, and we were expected to send our goods back to Norway, to the Norwegians and to the Danes back in Denmark. And they weren't out here every day. They weren't here, out fishing with us. And why should we have to send them our food? This is cutting into our existence and such. But it was a very small issue that was could be considered a first civil war sense. It wasn't really even a war. It was more of a few weeks of just clashes and issues between folks, but that was kind of about it. After that, there weren't really too many issues between each other. Those people were tried, and that crow just almost flew into my window. Big ass crow almost flew into my window. One thing I forgot to do today. I put link in Joe's server. That's all they do over there now. Let's see here what they're doing. Oh, yes. But yeah, so like I said, about 1677 was our first uprising. Those people were tried and executed for acts of treason against the sitting government. So that kind of further quashed any other attempts by anyone to perform a similar act, and so on and so forth. Where am I going? There we are. But that was kind of it. Now, in 1713, however, we have to go over to kind of the New Brunswick, Nova Scotia area, which isn't terribly far away from where Kaldvann sits, because you have to stop to think we're off the coast of Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador. But if you go over to New Brunswick, where the French settlers had kind of found themselves, we have the issue of the British expelling the Acadians from French Canada, and the British claimed that this was rightfully their land, and that the Acadians needed to be removed, that they were not welcome to stay, and so the Acadians were removed from. They were removed from New Brunswick and such. Hold on one second. I'm trying to think here. Yes, I'd like to put a bank. Oh god, it's painful to look at. Yeah, that'll be good. We'll put that right here. Perfect. That fits. It's a big ass building. That's a big ass building. Wow. But after the Acadians were expelled, a large party of settlers fleeing British rule, persecution and such, found themselves heading north and following along the shores of what would be, again, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, heading northward, trying to, either find land for themselves, or if, worst case scenario, head back toward Europe. Now, why can't I find a bank? Like, I just wanted a bank. That's all I wanted. Is that too hard to ask for? I guess so. I think this town could also use a gas station. Probably also could use a fire station, now that I think about it. Yeah, probably use a fire station. I'm going to put you. So in 1713, after they were expelled from Canada, the Acadians eventually wound their way, after a bit of a shipwreck, but they still found their way to what would become, that's going to be a problem, what would become Castine, and the French settlement of the island. So they landed there in 1713, and, no inhabitants there, and they're all the way over there. Way over there. So they found their way over. I mean, I like how everything's on a slope, but I also don't like how everything's on a slope. Where am I gonna put you? I'm gonna put it out by the main road. Oh, come back. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna put a door over here. Door. There, just so the door's there. Always fun building on a slope. Jeez, I go to bed every night, clean my keyboard, and come back in the next day, and there's more fur on my keyboard than there was last night. Toby, do you like sleep on my keyboard, buddy? I think he got iced. Like, I'm not sure what to think about this, buddy. Like, you have to be sleeping on my keyboard. Let's see, the port is there. So the winds are kind of prevailing this way. There. A fire department. So the French Acadians arrived in the late summer to early fall of 1713. And started to build a small establishment into what is today Castine. Of course, like I said, no Norwegians were settled upon this end of the island. They left back in the early 1600s and really hadn't been back since. Their lives consisted over here on the whatever island I decide to name that, and they didn't really have any reason to be over here. So like I said, their lives all were over there. I need like a small village hall. Let me see. Go back to this guy because most of his buildings I use, they definitely fit the theme. Said there was no reason for the Norwegian settlers to be over here, so they weren't. But however, like I said, so the Acadians settled down in the southern part of the island and didn't really venture too terribly far. They didn't have the resources to go far, and of course, going through everything they went through, they just decided to stay along the coast and and stay put. A small party did go forth and sail to France and continue on to deliver the message about what had happened, as well as hopefully seek some assistance from the French government. Hopefully they could make it. Hopefully they could get there, and made it. They did. So in 1714, upon arrival in France and speaking with the government, the French decided to support the Acadians in this new land and sent back supplies and people looking to potentially start a new life elsewhere. So the French sent back a ship with the original folks who had left and returned to Castine in 1714. About 2 years later, once the town was more properly built, the population was more or less established and quote-unquote thriving. In 1716, Castine was established as a French capital, and the charter for the colony of Castine was officially granted and accepted as an official part of the Empire or Kingdom of France. So that's what happened in 1716. About a year later, however, notable eruptions began in the west along the western ranges, or actually named those ranges. Those are the Smatopa ranges. Then they were just unnamed, and at that point just known as the Western Ranges, formerly by the Norwegians. The French just referred to them as "don't go over there." Don't go over there. Possibly not a great idea. So they stayed kind of along just right on the coast, and established their life more in the plains, and did not go very far. They began to see evidence and signs of previous eruptions. So they didn't go too terribly far from where they had established. They had a good area to expand into and farm, and they farmed the hell out of it. So let's have like a small farm back under here. So they didn't go a whole hell of a far away from where they first established. Oh, children. Like, it's a sign for a barn. Yeah, no, that's a sign for children. So we got reindeer. We got deer. We have cows. We have sheep. I think we'll put some cows. Anyways, so in 1717, the notable eruptions began on the western end of the island, kind of spanning most of the ranges. Lava did kind of start pouring out towards the ocean. The eruptions weren't huge. They, didn't dump a whole lot of ash. It was mostly just lava at that point, just coming to the surface, and so on and so forth. So it just kind of kept the French where they were. Now, like I said, this is something that just something that has always been prevalent in Kaldvannian history, and it's kind of also how the two sides didn't really know about each other. No one felt comfortable enough to go into the mountains with the eruptions, and not knowing a whole hell of a lot about how volcanoes worked. And hey, Michael, how you doing? Not knowing a lot how the eruptions worked and how volcanoes worked, folks just decided to stay put rather than risk their lives to go out and discover. And everyone was content and very happy, and so on and so forth. No one really felt the need to go out and risk their lives. So no one did. And we could say, end of story there. No one went out, no one did, and that's kind of that. Well, that's not where it ends exactly. So, like I said, the Norwegian settlers in Kaldvann hadn't really been on the main island, at least in terms of living. They hadn't been on the main island since the let's fix that. The only thing I hate about doing these intersections is Yeah, the Norwegians hadn't been like on the main island since the early 1600s. It's been over 100 years since the last person from Norway had really settled upon the main island. So people were starting to talk about it, and people were starting to ask, why can't we go over there? Why don't we go over there? There's no real reason why we can't. We're just afraid. We know that this happens and stuff, and if it happens again, well, it's a force of nature. We can't help it. It's like, if a lightning strikes the house or whatever. The eruptions ended about 3 years later. Again, it was a series of many small eruptions and such, accompanied by some larger ones, but mostly a lot of just small eruptions over the years. So eventually they did come to an end. How's this hill looking? I don't particularly like this hill. That's better. So the eruptions ended in 1720. The Norwegians returned to the mainland in 1725. So about 5 years after the fact, and much advocating, the Norwegians opted to return and start seeking out more room, more industry, more towns. They wanted to expand. So in the years leading up to that point, there was a lot of advocation towards the Norwegian government to allow the colonists to return to the mainland, because again they were previously barred from establishing any permanent settlements on the main island, but the Norwegian government deemed it okay. They just said, if anything happens, basically, we wish you the best. We will try to help with the cleanup and whatnot, but you guys are aware that this is a thing. This is a problem that you guys will have over there, so if you feel fine to live there, then great, but, just long as you are aware and understand that this has a large potential to happen, go right ahead. So the first colonies started to pop back up, and now what is modern-day Hasvik, Nidsundet, was reestablished. The old community of Hasvik, had fallen into disrepair. Where is that yield sign I want? Had fallen into disrepair, and there was no real returning to that. There was no real need or want to save that, so they didn't return there, and they built upon. Never been to Europe. No, I'm not very interested in your history. Though I have been doing a lot of self-research and developing my own history and such for this fictional nation. I do like European history. I like history in general, honestly, which is kind of where I get the love for this project. But no, I have not ever been to Europe. Never been to Europe. So never left the United States. Actually, I've never been really anywhere. I was trying to go to Norway, but have yet to go. Hopefully this year, though. Hopefully. Hold on, I gotta check out this hill. There, that's not terrible. But anyways, so they resettled in the mainland in 1725. So of course, resettling it and such, and knowing that no one's really ever been past those mountains. Slowly over time, as the community started to push down the coastline and such, and started to round the corner over here. I've always wanted to go to France and Germany, particularly, you know, just always having been a large interest in World War II. My mom's side of the family is English, Irish, Scottish, so I would like to go and see England, Ireland, and Scotland. Um, you know, I would like to. I would just like to see. I would just like to see Europe. Really, I'd like to go into Europe and see most parts of it. I'd love to see the Baltics. I wouldn't mind going to Russia just to see what the hell that's all about. I don't know if I'd actually go, just because U.S.-Russian relations aren't the best. I don't know if I'd actually go. I don't know what the stipulations and rules are for that. Because again, I've never really left, so I don't really know. But no, I just wouldn't mind going really anywhere in Europe. Particularly, like I said, yeah, I would love to start with Norway and Sweden, because I know people from there, and I know someone from Germany. But I'd like to see France. I'd like to go there and meet, or not meet, but see the country. I'm sure the French would love to see me. Heard they're fun people. But no, I just would love to get out. Just love to see. So. Actually, those southern provinces is where my dad's side of the family, my surname comes from. We are from that region of France, so that is where I guess my lineage hails back to. But you know, we don't have any relatives over there as far as I'm aware. Maybe distant, very, 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 very distant relatives, but that's where my family comes from. So, but you know, just always being interested in history, and particularly history of Norway and such, and you know, being in touch with my French roots, you know, I was always very interested in doing something like this, like Kaldvann. That door just get chopped down. It's a weird little house. I don't even get used that. You know, if you could call that a house anymore. Now, just one thing I want to note about what I'm doing, or what I plan to do on screen. So one thing I've noted about a lot of the places up this way. Now, I don't know about Canada, but I know like Greenland and particularly Iceland. There's not a lot of trees. Now, that is you know, something that I've wanted to do is have logging be a prominent industry within Kaldvann. So I'm kind of fudging a little bit. Now, there are places where trees aren't very common, and I think particularly here there's going to be some sparse trees. Obviously, since there's a town, I'm sure they probably planted a few, but you know, there seems to be a very scarcity of trees, really, in a lot of these areas. So, like I said, some areas will have lush forests, other areas will kind of be more open. You know, particularly up here, we'll have some sparse tree placement. Like, you know, what I want to do is just like place like a little cluster of pines right here, maybe some rocks and stuff like that. It's very rocky soil over here, or rocky terrain, so on and so forth. But just something I wanted to explain once I get there soon, because I'm not going to place too many more houses. Maybe do a couple houses through here, maybe a little cow farm back up there, and so on and so forth. Much better. And then I just have to place some houses along this road, and then inevitably connect this road up to that. Maybe a couple of businesses here. I would I'd like to put a town hall or a small village center right there. But we're not quite there yet. Most of my heritage comes from Africa, but I have Irish, Italian, English mother too. Odd, I know. Never been to Scandinavia, really want to go. I, as an Englishman, owe a lot of our heritage, culture, and language to the Scandinavians. Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly know where the interest in Scandinavia came from on my end, because I think we have maybe like 0.002% or something very minuscule in terms of Norwegian or Nordic heritage in me. Like, I am so far from being a Scandinavian, either Norwegian, Finnish, or Swedish. It's not even funny at this point. I am French all day long, just given where I've come from. My heritage comes from the Acadians that I was talking about a little earlier, from French Canada, that came from France. Like I said, my heritage does go back to the Mediterranean regions of France, if you go back far enough, but my closest lineage goes back to French Canada, when all that was going on. Sorry, I need to go back to this guy right here and try and find a small village hall that I could use. But anyways, but like I said, I don't know where the interest in Norway came from. I know that having my best friend Ingvild from Trondheim has definitely helped. Having that crush on her when I first met her definitely probably sparked more of an interest into Scandinavia. But I know it always persisted, because I remember that's why I sent her a message the first time, was because I'm like, she's hot, but also I'm like, ooh, she's from Scandinavia, or she's from Norway. I love Norway. I always wanted to talk to someone from Norway, and she just happened to be the first. I don't know where it came from. It just never really clicked in the back of my head, where it all came from. But in the construction of this country, like I said, I've been trying to at least have it make sense, and at least have the lineage and history of it kind of cohesively fit into the rest of the world. I'm creating an entire fictional nation and stuff like that. That's never really gonna fit all too well. Load. Oh. It's a rail ferry. Interesting. I can't use that though. Well, kind of, sort of, but interesting. Yeah, no, what was I gonna say? Something, words, form a sentence, what the hell was I gonna say? I forget. Well, it couldn't have been too important if you forgot. There's a building I want to borrow from Trondheim. But yeah, and I want everything here to fit cohesively, and have some of our own history. I don't want to borrow from everywhere. There are some skirmishes between the British and parts of the island, just mostly on the French side of things, and whatnot, particularly around the Revolutionary War with the Americas. Once France gives their involvement in the war, the French port of Castine, which is kind of used as a stopping point for boats heading to the Americas to support the Americans in their fight become subject to British raiding and really just anything at that point. So, which actually I was coming up upon not too long in my history here. I don't know if this building fits. Probably need to move this little building. Feel about that. How I feel about that. Or I feel about that. Yeah, that's some good English, sir. It's about the same size. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I would say, I know when I was creating my virtual airline and establishing routes, is actually one of the more popular routes from Norway is to Liverpool. I think particularly because something to do with the football team there. But yeah, I believe it was because there was a large population of Scandinavians there, which kind of made more sense. I don't know which building. I don't want this building anymore. Kind of feel like this little building would fit just a little better because it's just a bit smaller. I know I've used it before, but I can get away with it. Consume possibly up to here. Yeah, I was gonna say, because that was something I remember, and I'm like, why does, because I'm looking at these routes, I'm like, why is one of the popular flights from Norway to Liverpool, of all places? Not that there's a problem with Liverpool, but I just couldn't figure it out. I'm like, huh. And through some research and talking with some kid from Norway who was helping me out with making the routes for my virtual airline, he's like, yeah, there's a big Scandinavian population in Liverpool, and, their football team's great. And I'm like, huh, okay. The more I know, I guess. So, and that was that. But no, Liverpool is, like I said, I would love to see England. I would love to come, and one thing that I want to do with all my travels is eat food. Love to come to different places and try the local cuisine, like Iceland in particular. Been chatting with a lot of people from there, and yeah, interesting food up that way. Just replying to their message. But anyways, oh yeah, I mean, I ate baked beans on the regular. Although something that I caused a war in the volcano chat because I enjoy not only baked beans, but there's a company here called Burnham and Morrill, or B&M. And B&M does a thing called brown bread in a can. And I think I broke that little community with my brown bread in a can. But yeah, I explained to them the concept of bread in a can, and I think I'm about killed those people with the concept or just the notion that such things exist. But yeah, love toast, love fish. Yeah, we have quite a good fishing scene here in Maine, so quite used to fish being a part of my diet. Cod, haddock, you know, whatnot. Lobster, love lobster. But yeah. And apparently up in Norway, according to my friend, she said tacos are a big thing up there. So I love tacos, so bread in the can. Okay, yeah, I need to stop mentioning this. Yeah, go look up Burnham and Morrill bread in a can, if you will. I will break. I'm determined, apparently, to break everyone, so I may as well as break you too. Go look up B&M bread in a can, and prepare to have your face just absolutely offended by the sight of which you're about to behold. I'm also gonna grab a gas station, probably Octon, I think. You know, an Octon station up here. Did I spell that wrong? I did spell that wrong. Left. Idiot. Or do I want a smaller gas? I'll probably keep a big gas station. But yeah, so I kind of broke them with the concept of bread in a can. Like, if people hadn't quite gathered that Maine is a weird place, Maine is a weird place. I mean, I find it lovely. I enjoy eating it. I'll eat it just as is. I do find it's better heated up. Now I will admit it is a bit more of an acquired taste. It's not something that people are gonna sit here and go, "Oh yeah, brown bread." Like, I have met quite a few people older than I that I'll be like, "Yeah, you know, I'm having brown bread for supper tonight." They're just like, "Oh, you're doing what?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm having brown bread for supper tonight." They're like, "What is wrong with you?" I'm like, "Well, the list is long." But yeah, so I enjoy brown bread. You know, I'm just weird, I guess. Where the fuck am I gonna put this gas station? Can I get some level terrain, please? Oh, okay, thank you. I got level terrain. So we're gonna put the gas station up here. But yeah, so I think my stepdad does not like brown bread. I know my mom likes brown bread. Or she'll have it. She's the one that introduced me to it, so I know for a fact that she likes it. I think my aunt likes brown bread, which is funny because she likes brown bread, but there's a soda that's native to Maine called Moxie, and she does not like Moxie, which I find funny because you know. Now, if you come to the U.S., you can only find it up here. You can only find it in Maine. Like, you will not find it anywhere else in this country. Maybe if you go to Boston, you could possibly find it there. But you will not find brown bread anywhere else. Um, so, um, so just kind of keep that in mind. Like, unless you come specifically to Maine, and if you come specifically to Maine, you're gonna have to go to the grocery store. And honestly, there are some grocery stores here that don't sell it. There are some grocery stores here that do not sell brown bread. So it's a very regional thing, like almost to an extreme, honestly. Yeah, it's basically Boston. But yeah, so you're just keep that in mind. Like, if you come here and you want it, just keep that in mind. Like, it's a shame some of the people from the volcano chat aren't in here, because I would just love to listen to them just freak out. Like, brown bread, not again. You and your stupid canned bread. Actually, I'm gonna go mention it to them. Anyways, now that I probably offended them again, it's just my task at this point. So it's just to offend people. What am I doing here? Alright, so what am I doing here? Is a better question. Need some houses through here. Needs to be a small little pond here. Do this now. Small pond nestled into the hills. Of course, I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. just gonna place water everywhere and then raise it. That worked well. Ah. Nope. Ah. Ah. I'll fix that. There we go. There's a small pond up here. Oops, now I gotta fix the rail line again. Seems pretty wide for the right of way, if you ask me. Sorry, I'm focusing the zone. I mean, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen gravy on cheese fries before. No, gravy's good. I can't really think of any more weird New England isms that we do here. Yeah, nothing that pops in the top of my head right now, but of finish up going over whatever or what I typed up last night, or just what I kind of got on about, because like I said, I don't have a whole lot longer. I do need to, at some point, kind of start thinking about getting ready to go in for a few hours tonight for work, because I'm not really doing anything again. I'm just kind of observing. I don't think I'm gonna have anything over here. I think I'm just some sparse trees, but yes. So so the Norwegians, like I said, they started to resettle parts of this island in 1725 and slowly expand outward. Expansion was slow, but they finally, pushing into the 1770s, started to round the corner and get up over the mountains. There's a pass actually up by what is present-day Narvik. That actually is where the rail line and a highway cuts through to link either side of the island up. So kind of a gap in between the mountains, which connect, or it's right in between one range and the other range, Smatopa and Brennendeling. I can't pronounce that word. There's a lot of letters that just go together that don't go together in English. But the burning range is basically what it translates to, and the small tops, because the mountains, in comparison, are smaller over that way. But anyways, so once they started to push through, in about 1774, they started to notice farm fields and houses and buildings way off in the distance, out towards the coastline. So, being curious, they ventured that way and eventually happened across one of the towns, which I haven't worked too much on the French side of the island in terms of town names yet, but they happened across a small farming village there, and the two sides formally met in the summer of 1774. So the Norwegians and the Acadians finally met and learned about each other and realized they'd been living there all along, but due to volcanic activity that's in the mountain ranges that separated the island, they just didn't really know about each other. So, just one of those very curious things. But, sorry, my phone is going off. Anyways, yeah, so the two sides formally met, and were pretty peaceful. Eventually, parties were sent back to both France and Norway to discuss the matters. That, yeah, we thought this was our colony, and yeah, the French are here, and yeah, hey, we thought this was just, some volcanic island in the North Atlantic, and yeah, come to find out the Norwegians are here, and they've been here quite a long time. So yeah, in 1779, after negotiations and talks and establishing communications, the French and the Norwegians had a joint colony, similar to kind of how St. Martin works, where it's split between the Dutch and the French. So, France just kind of said, "Yeah, we're pretty content here. Maybe have some extra land to go expand into," and the rest was left to the Norwegians, who kind of kept mentioning that we've been here a lot longer. You guys just kind of happened across this. And thus, like I said, laid the foundation for present-day Kaldvann. So once the colony was established, it was kind of a short-lived, happy period due to other events going on in the world, particularly in 1780, if you look a little further south in life. If we look to the United States and such. One second. The Revolutionary War was still going strong in the Americas, starting in 1775 officially, and going until 1783 with the Treaty of Paris. But if you look to that time period, France was kind of leaning in and giving support in those years around that. And of course, France and England don't have the best of relationships in most cases. Castine was being used in the latter half of the war as a point to hit before heading into the Americas, maybe just to resupply the ships. Stock goods, let the crews just kind of refresh real quick, staging areas and whatnot, and the British learned of this. And so, in the early parts of 1780, small eruptions began again in these western ranges. Very, very small, nothing notable on that front. But in the same year, the British Navy, Royal Navy, assaulted the port of Castine, and this was pretty much on and off throughout the war. The British would come and basically do a hit and run upon the port. The port didn't really have very strong fortifications in its early years, so it kind of just lay susceptible to attacks. It wasn't really a well-designed or geographically, there was no key features that helped the port, remain protected on any stretch of the imagination. Colonists on the French side of the island requested to the Norwegian officials that were in their colony to help out, and requested permission to use their ports to kind of help with the efforts in the Americas. The Norwegians heavily denied that request, stating that they wanted no involvement with what was going on in the world. They didn't want to pick a fight far away, something that they could not help defend or get defense from their parent country, or from back home. So they said no, we're not letting you guys use our ports. Best of luck and stuff like that. Like, we'll help you any other way we can, but we're not helping you there. If you guys want to support a war, that's fine. But we're not supporting. We're not letting that happen. We don't want that. So the request for that was denied, and so the French were kind of on their own here in Kaldvann. And they kind of had to figure out how exactly they were going to deal with the British matter as the British kind of went by. There was no real solution to that. There were small fortifications that were hastily built. They just put them there and mounted some cannons with range to attempt to fight back. The French placed a small garrison of troops in Castine, just on the off chance the British decided to land or want to come in or take a break or something. So the French kind of just very lightly prepared it. It wasn't a particular point of interest to want to heavily defend it, as they were very thoroughly extended elsewhere in the world. So they just kind of they put a band-aid over a big wound, basically, or something that could go very wrong very quickly. So they just said, all right, this is fine. That's a yellow house. Holy shit. That's exactly what they said too. The fucking French were walking by. They're walking down the street like, this is a nice. Holy hell, that's a freaking yellow house. Like, word for word. Just, wow. I'm going to keep that because that is, I don't even know if I'm going to keep that. That is painfully yellow. Like, I could see this, that's like a nice blue, but that was painfully yellow. But no, so the French really didn't make any long-term fixes to the issue in Castine, which became an issue about a year later. In 1781, the British laid siege to Castine, again being a very small, very lightly defended port. But it being a large point heading south towards the Americas, it was important and strategically important for the British to make the port unusable, or make the port at least hostile enough to the point where the French did not feel comfortable using it. And it essentially worked. If we're being real, in 1781, when the siege began, it essentially worked, because there's nothing that the French can do besides just hang in there. Colonists that were living close to the shore and close to the coast began to move further inland. Some sought refuge on the Norwegian side of the island. It's kind of a point of asylum. They sought out asylum on the Norwegian side of the island, as England didn't really have any major beef with Norway and didn't want to provoke Norway in any way, shape, or form, as they were already having issues elsewhere in the world, similarly to the French. So they don't want to provoke anyone, so they did not bother that particular side of the island. Now we have the issue of refugees, though living in the same land, coming up and inhabit. Can I help you? So, yeah, now the Norwegians are kind of facing with this issue of, all right, now we have these French refugees living in our towns and stuff like that, and they're kind of starting to tax us because now we're having to make room for them, we're having to support them, they're eating our food, they're in some cases courting our women. It was kind of becoming a not so lovely situation. The general thought sometimes for the Norwegians was, we were here first, this is our land, these guys, they just kind of showed up. We want this to be ours. We don't want them to be here. That wasn't all the opinions, but that was most the opinions of people who lived on the Norwegian side. But the general consensus was, hey, we didn't go there, we didn't explore it, we don't need that side. We don't need all this room. So they can have where they established, but we want a good chunk of the island to ourselves. This is ours. We found this first, but we weren't using that side. Like, what's the big deal? That was kind of the general consensus. So, but now that the French are kind of coming and joining the Norwegians on their side, now it was starting to become a problem. Because again, now they're eating the Nordics' foods and whatnot, just kind of creating a lot of problems that the Norwegians weren't incredibly happy with, per se. So tensions started to rise between either side at that point, because it also started to become apparent that France had enemies, and France had quite a bit of enemies and such. A pub. The Jolly Miller. Whoa, that's painful. But the French had quite a few enemies and such, and it was starting to become an issue because, again, now it's starting to affect the Norwegians' way of life and such. So eventually the siege came to an end. It lasted for a few months. Eventually the port was laid to waste. The British moved on, went down to continue fighting the war, and of course the war came to an end in 1783. So the port of Castine took a while to rebuild, going into the late 1700s, early 1800s. Eventually, it would get back to its former status and whatnot, but at that point, tensions were still rising between either side. Some of the French refugees that came to the Nordic side of the island didn't really want to leave, and they were making themselves just comfy still. They felt much happier up there, and they just kind of started to annoy their hosts. Eventually they were repelled and or expelled back to where they came from by 1796. They were sent back officially once Norway and Denmark intervened, or Norway intervened, and sent them back. So they, it just kind of put a bad taste in either side's mouth. The French said, "Oh, well, they're not doing anything wrong," and the Norwegians are like, "Well, they're not supposed to be here. They came here because they were getting out of the way of war, and well, war is over." They're like, "Well, they're okay. It's they don't have to come home if they don't want to. They're not. They're just being neighborly. You know, they should be allowed to go where they want to. And the Norwegians like, listen, they need to go, or we're just gonna imprison them for being here, basically. You know, either side argued over the matter, but eventually it came down to the refugees were sent back to the French side of the island. So, like I said, it kind of put a bad taste in everyone's mouth. You know, that the Norwegians were being unreasonable. You know, there's no reason that those people couldn't have stayed on the Nordic side of the island. It's a small island. You know, they weren't hurting anything. They were, you know, they just got comfy and stuff like that. And the unforeseen and uncontrollable circumstances that pushed them there in the first place, you know, yeah, it was over, but it just kind of was out of their control. So why should they have to uproot again? Because it took so long for everything to get back to normal. Why should they have to be uprooted again? But again, it kind of came down to the fact of they just weren't supposed to be there, and that was that. So there were a couple of small ethnic riots between, flare-ups between either side going into 1800, particularly along the border. People just out doing their day-to-day business were confronted by either side, about what they were doing. Shots were fired, people were hurt, people were killed. This is known as the first national conflict in Kaldvann history. I'm sure I could give it a cooler name, but it is basically known to be the first national conflict. It is also referred to as the Dark Civil Time, going into 1800. It didn't really result in anything major. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. So, so it was just not really a very pleasant time for the people on either side. Some of these smaller farming towns that did sit along the colony border did fall susceptible to attacks, particularly from I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the word real quick. Also, I'm looking at something going on outside my house, and someone just stopped their car in the middle of the road, and now they're like, they got out of the car and they're looking for something on the other side of the car. Like, could have pulled over. Anyways, but particularly, I can't think of the word for it. I know there's like a word for it. But French revolutionists felt the need to assert themselves, though being smaller and outnumbered. They felt the need to assert themselves with the Norwegian side of the island, the population and such, and launched a series of small raids and attacks and burned some of the small farming communities along the national border. Eventually, these revolutionists, who weren't large in numbers but were captured and taken back and imprisoned in Trondheim. The French government tried to step in. Unfortunately, there was too many. There were too many charges stacked against them that the French government couldn't do much of anything, and they were imprisoned in later in 1724. They were executed for their crimes, as the Norwegians didn't really want to continue to house them and imprison them, and they felt the need to go ahead and execute them. So that kind of created some issues there. But alternatively, before that, or before all that occurred, in 1800, however, in some happier and more lighthearted history, in 1800, Kaldvann is recognized officially as the colony name for the Norwegian side of the island. So it is known officially as Kaldvann, and this is the first time that the name Kaldvann is used widely. Beforehand it was just always referred to as the colony of Trondheim, or the Trondheim colonies. This is how it was referred to by really on any official documents. Kaldvann, but the name kind of came about, on what a lot of the first settlers had referred to about this island. Pretty land, lots of potential. Water very cold. Water is very, very cold. Now, Kaldvann, and this is how I'm justifying my grammatical error. So the document, when it came back with the official document stating the colony of Kaldvann, they forgot the letter T. There was a spelling error on the official document when the charter came back to officially recognize the name as Kaldvann. It was supposed to be Kaldtt Vann. Well, someone forgot the letter T, and that would be my dumbass. But so they kind of were like, well, we could send it back and have it changed, but that's going to take a while, or we can just go with it, and they went with it. They could have easily just fudged in the letter T, but they didn't. It kind of stuck. So, officially, one side of the island was known as Kaldvann. The French side was still known as the Castine-Acadian colonies, formerly. It was just also simply referred to as the colony of Castine. Or in just lighter senses, it was just referred to as the port of Castine. Just because that's all that was really there for the French, was just the port of Castine. It was another place where crops were loaded onto ships and taken back to France for consumption, and it was just also another stopping point heading toward the Americas. So the name Kaldvann, like I said, officially came into some form of recognition in 1800. While everything was going on with the French and stuff like that on their side of the island, this was something a little more lighthearted. National banners started to become a thing. A version of the Kaldvannian flag first started to appear. It was it is the Nordic cross, more or less. It was a different version of the Nordic cross, as so many of them tend to exist. So this one ties back more to Norway and such, going into the future. But this was also just kind of a way to represent Kaldvann, the dark blue being represented for the waters that surround the island, the cold waters, since Kaldvann. So the blue was to represent the waters that surround the country. The white is to represent the snow and ice for the very tough winters, and the orange to represent the lava and the magma that comes from its volcanoes. It is represented its volcanoes, essentially, because there were quite a few eruptions in the country's history. So the first flags started to appear in the very early 1800s. Once Kaldvann was officially recognized as the official colony name. Now, the flag of Denmark-Norway still flew, over many of the official buildings in each town, but the secondary banner that was used was the flag of Norway. So just a lot of national pride was captured in this time frame, and would actually be something that goes forward coming into the years, the next few years exactly. In 1801, another set of small eruptions began, very poignantly talking about lava. Another set of small eruptions began, kind of very what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm struggling with my words suddenly. I can't figure out why. I don't think I'm gonna do any more big houses up through here. I want to do some more houses up there, I think. Maybe one apartment building by the road, small. Okay. Sorry, I'm just gathering my game plan, because I'm just kind of over here mumbling and fumbling, and I'm like, I don't really think I can do anything else with this town. This isn't meant to be a big town. Kind of just very sparse and have some fishing industry and be a ferry stop, and that's about it. I'll put a couple businesses right here. I kind of want to put a small grocery store, like an Aldi, somewhere nearby. I think that might be a little too much for the area. I think honestly I'll save the Aldi for like one of the larger towns nearby, like Nidsun, or whatever I so happen to name that town way over there. That, whatever. But the eruptions began to kind of symbolize the growing tension that was starting to reach reaching a boiling point. Like I said, there were still small skirmishes going on, and raids occurring between the French and not really the Norwegians. There were a handful of retaliatory attacks that the Norwegians launched against the French, to kind of seek retribution against their against the ones causing a bit of harm to them. And this is always justified, I suppose, in history. But the eruptions that were beginning, like I said, not big by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, the only major eruption that occurred on the island was back in the early 1600s. Back in 1605, when I always gotta look at the mountain name just because it's long. When Deketsmeltetfjell erupted, and it caused quite a bit of havoc. But these eruptions, like I said, they were very symbolic. In their timing and stuff. So when they occurred, it just kind of really started to set the tone on the island that things were falling apart, becoming heated. Now, if we go up to 1804, 1805, the British were a little peeved at some of the events prior in the 1780s, and the French's involvement with the Revolutionary War, and there were some claims that there were folks that needed to be dealt with for crimes committed on the British fleet during some of the on their passing by of Castine during the Revolutionary War, that the British were attempting to justify their siege and their attacks on Castine during the Revolutionary War, that there were hostile actions taken beforehand. The British were just kind of out there trying to justify some stuff, just trying to get back some sense of patriotism, and they were trying to look for some national pride, and they were trying to think of a way of how to get that. They're trying to think like, all right, how the heck are we going to get back at the French, for the Revolutionary War? And one way that they thought was, well, they still have that stupid port out in the North Atlantic that sits relatively close to Canada that we don't particularly like. They've rebuilt it. It's still there. You know what? We're just gonna go over there. You know, we're gonna make some. We're gonna teach those Acadians a lesson. You know. So we're gonna teach those Acadians a lesson. We're gonna try and get the French to engage with us, and we're gonna whip their ass. We're gonna kick their ass, and we're gonna just restore some national pride. You know, we're gonna get back at the French, and you know, hey, maybe if all goes well, we can acquire the Port of Castine from the French. So the British started making claims to the French and started sending letters to the French saying that there were people of interest in Castine, in the colony, that were wanted by the UK, or they were wanted by England. Yeah, they were wanted by the UK for crimes committed against the British fleet during the Revolutionary War. They would have wanted them to come back to England to be tried for their crimes, you know, respectfully and responsibly, and you know, just to get that out of the way, and to have any damages toward its people or the British fleet made if need be. The French, of course, were like, no, that ain't happening. Screw you guys. You guys are the ones that attacked us. So, just as the British knew would happen, they are like, all right, fine. If you don't meet with these demands, we're gonna go get these people ourselves, and you're not gonna like how we're gonna do it. So the French, like, you're not gonna do anything. These are our people. They didn't do anything wrong. You're the ones that bombed us. Like, get off of it. So going into May of 1804, the first British vessels started to appear in the port of Castine. And of course, the port was already notified that the British might attempt to sorry, dry throat. The British might attempt to come to Castine. They might try to, you know, take some people back to England. They were not allowed to port or make port at any cost. You know, that they were to be denied any entry, and that any British personnel or any British anyone that was caught within the colony was to be arrested, was to be really just repelled off the island. They didn't want to shed any blood, as they knew this would spark a conflict with England. And the French were not looking for that. You know, they had their own issues to worry about, again, elsewhere in the world, at home, you know, wherever. So they did not want to shed any blood, but if any British personnel were to be caught, they were to be tossed back into the bay, or they were to be sent back to their ship, or they were to be placed on a boat and sent back to France, and then excommunicated over to England, and so on and so forth. But the then fort at Castine, which I also am working on a name for, because I'm sure I'll give it some cool French name that I will struggle to pronounce. But the fort that sat in Castine, the old fort, that is no longer there, they sighted British vessels off the coast and watched them get closer and closer. A small vessel was sent to intercept the British and turn them away. That vessel was promptly sunk by the British. That little boat got out there like, we're just going to tell them to go away. Why are they firing at us? Less shit. And then they sunk. Which basically then started to, again, what is known as the British-Acadian War of 1804-1805. The war didn't last more than about 10 months. You know, like I said, this was pushing into summer of 1804. So went through the summer, the fall, and the winter, and ended about springtime. By the time everything was said and done. Alright, I think that's enough for houses. I need a couple of small businesses. What am I going to put over here before I get back to the British-Acadian War? So, because we got this hotel here, which I'm kind of happy with, like a little bread and breakfast. Oh wait, fucking Christ. Bed and breakfast. If I can spit that out. We got a garage here. I mean, I know I'm kind of making the British sound like a bunch of jackasses, but this also kind of sounds something very British-like the British sitting there going, you know, fuck those guys. We're gonna go make some very major claims, and that, you know, so we're gonna make some demands that we know that our enemy cannot quite make. You know, they can't make compensation to us. They can't meet those demands, and when they can't meet those demands, we're just gonna go fuck them. We're just gonna go over there and we're just gonna slap our dick on the table and just go, you know, screw you guys. Also, I noticed these cars just forever go in a loop. Like, watch, they're gonna make a left turn here, then they're gonna make a left turn here, a left turn here. It's just a racetrack. But anyways, so yeah, it was just one of those situations where, you know, like I said, the British were just kind of out there making these, you know, major claims. And like I said, the small Castine vessel that went out to just intercept and be like, yo, we were told you can't be here. It's a nice building, wow. Wow. This is a nice building. Where the heck did I get this? Wow. Like, I know it's kind of low poly and stuff, but like the textures aren't the best, but like, this kind of nice. What the fuck is that? Is that a pig? Yep, that's a pig. The little piggy who went to the market. This little piggy went to the market. I like that. I don't know, I like this building. I have to use this somewhere. Just put that over here real quick. I kind of... No, hey. There we go. I like that. It's very nice. So, like I said, that started a major conflict. So, once the small vessel was sank, that kind of just opened up the door for the fort to start shelling, or start just returning fire. Like, you know, they're out there watching their boat sail away, like, alright, it's just going out there, and then they see, you know, they hear the sound of cannons fired, and they're like, wait, what? And they just watch their little boat sink. They're like, hey, wait a second, they just sunk our boat. We didn't even get over there. So, you know, so thus, like I said, started the British-Acadian War of 1804-1805. The war mostly existed at first out to sea. There was an issue that the French were putting up a good fight from the fort with shelling the British vessels. Eventually, reinforcements started to arrive and start to push to make landfall, and the British did eventually step foot on Kaldvannian soil, which would later become Kaldvannian soil. But they stepped foot within the port of Castine. They were able to make it ashore. They were able to dock and get in, which then started the fight in Castine, which later started leading to major fires, burning very large sections of Castine to the ground. The fighting was very bitter, it was very fierce, and the French were getting pushed back. Now, again, there's not a whole lot of room for the French to maneuver on their side, because they weren't given a whole lot of land to maneuver. So something that, you know, from the revolutionary days, of like this little building. I don't know why. Just screams rural to me. So they'll go over here. You know, the French were like, well, you know, if all else fails, we're going to fall back to the ethnic border. We're going to fall back to the border of the colony. You know, they don't want to poke a war with Norway, or Denmark-Norway, so we're going to fall back to the ethnic border if all else fails. And we will, you know, we'll just fall back to the Norwegian side, and they won't bother us there, and then we'll just work out the rest later. And that's exactly what happened. So the British, who were very much or better equipped, and who held the port at this point, were pushing the French back further and further and further to the ethnic border, which is a river, which I've, again, yet to name because I haven't gotten down there, and I feel stupid for not having it named thus far, and other parts of the island not named to talk about its history. But so, you know, they pushed them back, and they, you know, got up to the river, and the French really didn't stop. They just kind of were retreating. The British stopped chasing them because they're like, okay, they're running. Like, let's make rest here. Let's establish ourselves here, collect ourselves, get our supplies and stuff like that. And the French like, let's just keep going. You know, they're winning, we're not. Let's make headway onto the Norwegian side so we can get ourselves well rested, because they're not gonna follow us. And we'll figure it out later. Again, you know, this basically their whole plan was just to figure it out later. Alright, I think actually that's all I want to do. I don't want to do anything else, so I want to do some trees. No, that's not what I want to do. So the French fell back to the Norwegian side of the island. And again, you know, the French knew the British wouldn't follow them, but also the French didn't care, because they've been having issues with the Norwegians anyways, but they knew in a time of war, you know, the Norwegians would do everything to avoid all-out war. They didn't want to go to war with, you know, Great Britain. So the Norwegians would seek out a resolution. They would help the French get rid of the British, so that the French could go back to their side of the island and leave the Norwegians alone. So this was basically their plan, was just to go annoy the Norwegians again, and, you know, figure the rest out later. We'll figure it out. Just, we don't know when we'll figure it out. We're just gonna figure it out. And it, in a sense, worked. Now, like I said, tensions were not lovely with either side. You know, they've been having issues for quite a while with one another, and having issues with the border wars and the raids and stuff like that. So again, tensions were not the best on the island. So when the Norwegians noticed, or discovered that, oh hey, we have French troops just crossed our border. They just crossed our border, and they're now on our side of the island. The Norwegians sent out their forces and attempt to forcefully remove the French. The French were able to make contact with the Norwegians and basically state what was going on. And so they were faced with this diplomatic situation that, you know, they couldn't push the French back because they would be killed, and thus that would kind of tarnish the relationship with France and make things very difficult. But at the same point, they also didn't want to help the French fight because that would also tarnish a relationship with England. So there was this very delicate situation that Denmark-Norway found itself in. And there was no real way to go about it. Trees just look so weird. God. You know, there was no real way to go about it at this point, because, you know, because it never really happened before. Eventually, it came down to the Norwegians sending messages to the English requesting that they basically remove themselves from Castine, that the French were not to be on their side of the island, or that they were to work out their differences, however they wanted to. But this needed to stop. The English, obviously still looking to justify their cause, just told the Norwegians, we had requested of the French that they were to give us these criminals of war, and they didn't. They refused, and we warned them, so this is completely justified. If you want them gone, then you just need to tell them to go back to France. The Norwegians didn't like that, because they're like, we're not going to tell the French that, because that's going to start issues between us and them. We're not looking to start anything, but you need to get off their side of the island, because again, they're pushing into our side of the island. This is not right. It's affecting our people. We already have problems with them, but this needs to stop. We don't want war creeping into here. Eventually, talks broke down, and the Norwegians were left in this very awkward situation again. They didn't want to start a conflict that could, come around to bite them in the ass. They just didn't. So they gave the French an ultimatum. Either they need to go and, deal with the British, give the people that they needed to take back to England for, their court case, or they needed to get off the Norwegian side of the island. They needed to figure this out, go back to France, seek help from France. Eventually, the hand of Norway would be forced, because English forces, who were under the order to not proceed past the the colonial border, disobeyed and stepped foot into Norway to pursue the French, stepped foot into Kaldvann, the colony of Kaldvann, to pursue the French, which then royally pissed off the Norwegians. The British obviously did not permit that to happen. That was more of a decision on the commander of the forces to go in and get the French. He wanted to get back. This was dragging out further than he wanted. They'd already captured Castine and stuff like that, but let's go finish the French forces, so that way we can just get this done and over with. So he went into the colony of Kaldvann, and the Norwegians responded swiftly. This enacted a full-blown attack, which the French capitalized on. And this is kind of not exactly what the French wanted, but this is basically what they were hoping for, that the Norwegians would get pissed off enough that they would go ahead and fight, and the French got their way. So the Norwegians helped the French push, mostly led the French, and pushed the British forces back to Castine and expelled them, pushed them back off the island. This took quite a few months, but it was officially accomplished. And it really continued to set the mood for the French, that the French just, were kind of parasites in the eyes of the Kaldvannians and the Dano-Norwegians. They were just very much a parasite, and that, that their wars that France got into, or that provoked, or enemies that France had made in the past, were now starting to affect the interests of Norway, and that this was not okay. The French didn't seem too concerned to do much of anything to help or quell or quash any of these issues. And Norway did not like having to be responsible for French assets and French interests. So again, this kind of really set the tone going forward. Hey, Vermilion, how you doing? this kind of set the tone going forward into the 1995 crash in Falmouth. Shit. Okay, that'll be cleared up by the time I go in. But like I said, this really set the tone for going forward and such. So the Norwegians were pissed, and like I said, going into the next 5 or so years, 5-10 years, this really affected the relationships, particularly in the past with the raids that were going on, the British raiders that were harassing the Norwegians. I'm sorry, not the British raiders, the French raiders, I'm sorry. The French raiders that were harassing the Norwegian colonists. It was just not okay, and then the French come over here and are like, hey, help us, and it just didn't happen. But, so, everything came to a head. All this, to finish, the British-Acadian War ended with the British being pushed off the island by the Norwegians. The Norwegians didn't really know what to do with the French because it wasn't their possession. They didn't want to occupy that side of the island, but they were kind of royally pissed, and they were considering absorbing the Acadian colony into Kaldvannian colony and putting it under their rule and telling the French to basically just get fucked, because they had enough. But as soon as they got back to Castine, the French just were like, okay, cool, bye, and just kind of left it at that. They were just like, all right, cool, we got what we wanted, and you guys can just go now. They didn't thank the Norwegians. They didn't do a whole lot. They just kind of like, okay, thanks, just bye, go, cool, go away now. Like, we're back in our home. You guys don't have to keep your troops here and stuff like that. Like, don't let the door hit you on the way out. So the Norwegians were a little pissed off, and I think rightfully so. So they were a little upset, which, like I said, set the tone, or continued to set the tone going into the next 5 to 10 years. So all this, like I said, all the raids, just everything that had led up to at this point so far, finally hit a spark. It finally found its igniting spark in very, very, very early 1811, in January of 1811, during the New Year's celebration. There were celebrations going on for the new year, parties, not all across the island, but people were celebrating the beginning of a new year. All sorts of festivities and such. Some drunken individuals right along the colonial border from one of the French farming communities decided that it would be respectable to go pay the Norwegians a visit after they've been told repeatedly to stay on their side. So they came across the colonial border to the nearest Norwegian colony to extend a offer of goodwill and celebrate the new year. But upon arrival, the Norwegians were less than receptive and told them to go home, that they needed to return, and basically just did not welcome them, didn't want them there, didn't want anything to do with them, just, dirty Frenchmen, go home. The French folks took a little less than kindly to that, and kind of took that as a act of aggression, being in a drunken state. Some of them anyways. Those cars are still going around. Being in the drunken state that they're in, and one thing led to another, and a brawl ensued. Muskets were fired, and people were killed, and those people killed were the Kaldvannians of the Norwegian colony, which basically just set off all the powder on the island. It just erupted. The Norwegians were fed up. They were annoyed. They were pissed. And basically told Trondheim to Castine, basically said, you guys need to get the fuck out. Like, we're done. We're not taking this anymore. These are our terms. You need to get your people, get on your ships, and leave. Either that, or we're going to storm. We're going to come across the border, and we will forcefully take Castine from you. You have no choice. This is what's going to happen. Word was sent to Oslo that war was going to ensue. Word was sent to Paris that war was going to happen. That these were the terms of the Norwegians. The French rejected, sent their own letter to Oslo telling Oslo to calm its people. Oslo basically told Paris to go F itself. This had been going on for far too long, that they needed to calm their people, because this was entirely unprovoked from their side. And the French just kind of scoffed, like, listen, this is not something that, we can control. You guys didn't give us a whole lot of room and stuff like that. And Norway's like, we were here first. And it went back and forth for a while. Basically, the finger was getting pointed at each other. And France France basically said, it's not our problem. Our people are fine. If you don't want us coming over there, then, do something about it. To which Norway's like, we've been having issues with you guys raiding our communities and stuff. And, finally, Norway said, all right, fine. We're not gonna, if our people want to go ahead and invade your side, then so be it. You forced our hand. And Paris basically said, you wouldn't dare. And dare they did. Dare they did. The first colonial troops from Kaldvann set foot onto French soil of the Castine colony on May the 6th, 1811. Many months after the fact, but there was a buildup of troops. It was kind of the first real major buildup and accumulation of Norwegian troops. There had always been a small home army that existed on the island for either side, but there wasn't really a whole lot in terms of troops. But they did amass an army, and the first troops marched across the border on May the 6th, 1811, and started towards the port of Castine. Now, for a portion of the excursion and the initial strike into the port or the colony of Castine, they were basically unopposed at that point. There wasn't a whole lot of resistance at that time from any of the French defenders. They were basically non-existent at that point. The French really didn't get mobilized until probably about morning of May the 7th. Word got down there and the troops were amassed and mobilized and such. The Norwegians didn't push all the way into Castine, as they, didn't want to be tired from a long journey in and stuff like that. They could have easily marched all the way to Castine. They just didn't want to, because, it is a journey, and they don't, again, want to be tired when coming into the city. And they were just very unsure of what they were going to be facing, so they kind of hung back a little bit, and so on and so forth. And this was from direct order of General, what's his name? It's the fort up here. Johan Carlsen III, which is where that fort gets its name, because that was previously just Fort Trondheim up until 1815, after the war. when Johan Carlson passed. The fort was finally dedicated to him. But so what was I saying? But yeah, Johan Carlson. He decided that he wanted to hold his troops back for a day, get their bearings together, because they had come all the way from Trondheim. Though via ship and stuff like that, and via boats, and landed nearby on Norwegian soil. But they still wanted to be well rested and wanted to make sure that, again, that they were going to be prepared to go and storm. But the first French troops and Norwegian troops met on May the 7th. They kind of amassed on a front line. And it kind of went into more or less a stalemate. They kind of amassed into just a showdown, more or less just kind of hold on, I gotta find the name of that pavement that I use literally everywhere. Oh. Up here, please. I'm pretty sure it's up here. It's not FX asphalt, is it? Oh, I don't think I used it yet. Shit. I could have swore it's like downtown. Crap. I used it on the Carabassa. What's it called? Oh wait, I think it's a city. Yep, there it is. City Street. Okay. But anyway, so the first troops, just like I said, they kind of met, and it turned into basically just a showdown, a standoff, more or less. I don't really think anyone wanted to fire the first shot, because once that happens, you can't take it back. There's no takesy backsies on that one, and they knew that once it happened, like, it could go either way. I don't think anyone truly wanted a full-scale war. I think, yeah, tensions were high. I do think the Norwegians were looking to kind of put the French in their place, especially just after all the shit over the years. So I think the Norwegians were definitely looking to kind of sock it to the French. But I don't really think, truly think anyone wanted war to occur. Now, eventually the first shots were fired. It did come from the Norwegian side of the lines, lack of discipline, and I guess some anger from a very young infantryman from the Norwegian brigade, or the Kaldvann brigade, I guess I should be referring to it as. But the first shots were fired, and after that, it just all hell broke loose. I mean, I don't have a whole lot of how the battle actually occurred drummed up yet, because that's something that I have been kind of working on. And another thing, again, I would love to get into, similarly to the famine and disease and plague of the early 1600s, or 1619. But there was just a lot of excuse me. It resulted in a lot of see this real quick. just trying to find a good grass texture. I don't want that. So I'll probably do some of this like rocky texture, and then I'll put down like grass texture kind of over it. Kind of show like, you know, the soil's a little more rocky here. You know, there were a lot of bayonet charges, particularly from the French side. Didn't really have a ton of success, but they still had quite a few of those. Eventually, the French did lose their foothold. You know, they were outnumbered, though they put on a valiant fight. But they were outnumbered, and so they were pushed back from their foothold. Again, I will definitely type out a more proper history for this that I will love to sit down and share sometime on a live stream with y'all. But just for now, while I'm just kind of winging it, you know, they fought the good fight, as one could hope and suspect, but unfortunately, like I said, the Norwegians pushed them off and sent them back a few miles to establish a new line. And this was kind of most of the war, because a lot of the large problems is you know, the French were close to their capital. They were able to receive support from their parent country, whereas the Norwegians and the Danes weren't terribly keen to send a whole lot of support at this time. You know, they weren't terribly thrilled that this happened, and they were looking to stay out of it as much as they could. You know, in 16, though during this, I'm sorry, not 16. During the same time period, roughly, you know, this is 1811 to 1813, right at 1809, Denmark, Norway, and France, actually, funny enough, fought in the Dano-Swede War of 1808-1809 against Sweden and the UK, which ended up ending in a stalemate. And then, of course, leading up to 1813 was the Dano-Swedish War of 1813-1814 against Sweden and the UK, which ended in a Dano-Norway defeat in the Treaty of Kiel, and Norway seceded to King of Sweden at that point. But, you know, going into that, you know, the French were supporting their colonists, the Norwegians were not, which started to become an issue. You know, because the Norwegian, you know, the Kaldvannians were strong and had the supplies on their own. I kind of like this. That actually doesn't look bad. Yeah, it gives me that more rocky feel along the terrain, which I kind of like. Moss Hillside. But so, you know, they were struggling to, you know, advance off their victories. You know, they had a bigger population to support and couldn't entirely support their army, where, yes, the population in the Castine colony was smaller, but, you know, and they couldn't really amass a huge army, but, you know, they could get support from their parent country, which helped, and they didn't have to haul it very far away to the front lines, because Castine was right there. Another thing the Norwegians didn't really have was a strong, or the Kaldvannians didn't really have, was a strong sailing fleet. Most of their boats that they had on the island were fishing vessels. They didn't really have any vessels of wartime amassed in Trondheim. There were some, but they were under Norwegian control, and the Norwegians explicitly forbid the use of those vessels for this senseless and needless campaign, just in case something major were to happen. The Denmark-Norway had bigger interests in defending from places like the United Kingdom or Sweden, and weren't too concerned with the French at that moment, anyways. Though diplomatic communications between Norway and France did open up to try and quash this uprising and this heated situation in the colonies, which definitely took a long time. It took a long time to kind of get that going again, as the French did not seem very interested in having that conversation. They seemed more interested in just kind of letting it play out and waiting for the Norwegians to kind of come crawling to them. Now, going into 1812, the French were actually starting to push the Norwegians back across the colony border and starting to advance heavily into Norwegian territory. They were pushing them back beyond some of the farming communities and pushing them very slowly, but chipping away very thoroughly at pushing them back towards some of the mountains. And this started to become an issue, particularly for the French, but both sides in particular, which going into 1812 were starting to suffer the casualties of, and particularly the Norwegians, the casualties of having too many troops out of service and not enough surplus. There were not enough fighting bodies, I guess is the word I'm looking for, to help the Norwegians. And the French were slowly getting a steady supply of fresh enforcements from France. Small in numbers as not to piss off anyone in particular, but they were still getting them. Now, this pushing them back off the little peninsula, because we look over to here. It wants to load. Castine is way down here. They're kind of down here in this little area. It's kind of more or less a peninsula. Not a very small peninsula, but it's a peninsula. Nonetheless, they started to push them back up the peninsula, and as you start to go up the peninsula, it gets wider and wider and wider. And particularly between these mountains and such, and the river. I believe this is the river that I chose to separate the Norwegians and the French. I think that was the river there, and then there's the cut between the mountains. So French got kind of this corner where the Norwegians had everything else. But pushing them back beyond the peninsula and beyond the river, and starting to push up into the mountains, the front lines are starting to widen up because you get into this valley here. And you're also trying to hug the coastline, and it's just wider here. You're not protected by the mountains, and you're not protected by the peninsula behind you. And you don't have the river as a front line anymore, so you can always kind of be sure that you have some advance warning of when they're coming across. But a point being, which I'm going to get some water soon, my throat is bone dry. I'll just take a restroom break. But they were just running into issues of the front line was getting spread too thin. There were too many troops on injured status that were out of commission, essentially. And it was just the real side effect of war was coming to light. That neither side was very well equipped to fight, especially one side that didn't have the support of its parent country. France wasn't looking to support a long, lengthy war, especially in the colony. and so they were kind of looking to just end it quickly, but not really dump a lot of supplies into it. So the supplies they did send, though sending supplies, didn't really amass to a whole lot. It was almost like, you would have been better off just showing up with nothing at that point and just some fresh bodies. They didn't supply really much anything to the French, the colonists anyways. So either side was kind of left to their own devices. But despite these issues, and despite not having support from Denmark, Norway, which was still kind of sleeping and looking to handle this diplomatically, we have to look to the brilliance of the leadership of the military. And mind you, the French, who, again, I have not worked on the naming yet because I've been so focused on the Nordic side of the island. That's where I've spent most of my time. The French didn't have really any notable commanders, though they had more war experience, particularly here in Kaldvann against the British. There wasn't a lot, because the brilliant planning of the French was to retreat and go piss off the Norwegians to get them to help. So, though there was war experience on the leadership for the French colonists, the Norwegians, however, had a tried and true general who had sought his residency in Kaldvann, kind of leading up to that point. Like right around 1800, he sought his residency. This general, Johan Carlsen III, he was not a notable high commanding leader back for Norway, or Denmark, Norway, but he did have, like I said, some experience in military conflicts, particularly in the Danish-Algerian War. The Theer War was kind of his first major call to arms. So from 1770 to 1772 was the Danish-Algerian War. The Theer War, though they were both defeats, was still something. This Johan Carlsen's first role in leadership, which led to victory, was at the action of 16 May 1797 against Tripolitania, I'm sorry. Peace treaty with the Bay of Tripoli. A second, did have one more conflict to his name, and that was the Battle of Copenhagen of 1801, Denmark, Norway against the United Kingdom. And then after that, he sought out to come to Kaldvann with his military experience, though not a phenomenal record, because he had had three defeats to his 4 actions. He still was looking to make something occur. He did miss out on the Gunboat War of 1807 to 1814, which contributed to the loss of Norway. He missed out on that as he was in Kaldvann, and Kaldvann had no real... I'm loving the terrain. I'm loving the rocks and stuff, just kind of scattered around. He had no real role in the Gunboat War of 1807, 1814. But Johan Carlsen had spent many of his years in peacetime in Kaldvann, in Trondheim, kind of learning from his mistakes, learning from his losses, and trying to kind of build up from that, and lead his troops into a potential situation to where they could actually win if faced with a war. And so he spent the next few years after arriving in 1801. He spent the next decade or so, doing just that. He'd been in the military all his life. He had been risen through the ranks and stuff like that. And now that he's leading basically most of the Kaldvannian forces, he wants to make sure that, again, if his troops are faced with a situation, he can win. He had been on the back foot for kind of a while, as he had never really had a situation to test his newfound skills out, but finally the winds and the tide of war turned, heading into August of 1812. The French were kind of running low on supplies. The last ship that was supposed to show up with a handful of a fresh battalion of troops to kind of rotate out some food and some supplies had shipwrecked when they had shipwrecked sailing across the Atlantic and never made it. So those supplies never showed up to Kaldvann or to the Castine colonies. To help the French. The French were in desperate need of relief because, again, they didn't have a whole lot to work with. And they didn't have the population that the Norwegians did on the Kaldvann side. So Johan Carlsen really capitalized on this dire situation. Basically, his allowing the French to kind of push on and basically falling back to preserve his troops, because he knew, like I said, he wasn't getting help from Norway. Because we're heading into the declining years of Denmark-Norway. So they weren't getting any help from basically their parents. So he just went into preservation mode and to preserve his troops. And that ended up helping them going forward. So I gotta raise the terrain up some. Yeah, flatten this out. Yeah, so I mean, going forward, he was able to capitalize on this and was able to start pushing the French back beyond the colonial border across the river, and started driving them back toward Castine. Now, again, the exact tactics I will eventually work out in more detail to kind of give you an idea of what exactly occurred. Again, town names and stuff like that. Important information I think should be known when I go to type that up. But for right now, just the basic concept of the history. But in a series of very quick, very decisive attacks, where he engaged on his terms and not the French's. He always seemed to catch the French on the run. The French would start retreating, he would pursue them heavily. And as the French would continue to retreat, as they would start to stop to catch their breath, he would come in and strike again. Almost not keep allowing the French to have time to rest, which worked, and was able to start pushing them within eyesight of Castine. This took many, many months and was starting to now push into 1813. This campaign started in, this new campaign started in August of 1812, I believe is what I said here. Because I'm all citing this off the top of my head, mind you, by the way. This is all off the top of my head. Stuff that I've typed before. I'm just not looking at anything in specific, because I have the timeline to my left, but it's just very rough and basic. Pushing into April of 1813. April of 1813. They kind of, the Kaldvannians had been on the go for a while, and were starting to run out of steam. And Carlson knew this. He knew that the head of steam that they had gained and captured was running out, and that victory needed to come soon, or a surrender from the French needed to come soon. And going into 1813, Denmark-Norway was now entering the Dano-Swedish War of 1813-1814. So they didn't really want. So there was no chance of help. The beginning of this war started on March 3rd, 1813. It didn't end until May 30th, 1814. So it went for a little over a year. So there was no chance that this was going to end with Denmark-Norway coming in to help. There was no chance of this happening. So the Norwegians needed to kind of figure out, okay, like, how are we gonna finish this? We need to talk with the French or something. We need to talk with these people because obviously, like, we're out of steam. We're out of wind. Like, the wind's out of our sails now. Like, it's gonna be over. And if we don't act soon, or if they don't act soon, or if someone doesn't do something soon, like, this is just gonna drag on forever. And this is not something that's great for everyone involved, obviously, because war's not fun. So the request went out to Oslo, to see if there was any support, because there was another global conflict going on, the Dano-Swede War, which had also which was a part of the War of 1812, which had also just occurred. So the request from Oslo was rejected, but Oslo did open up dialogue with France again to talk about a potential surrender of the French forces. France declined, saying, we're not going to surrender. We will only surrender if you agree to surrender as well. And the Norwegians weren't incredibly happy with the idea. Especially the Kaldvannians, they were not very happy with the idea of also having to surrender, because in the grand scheme of things, they didn't start it, although they did fire the first shot, which led to the full-out conflict that led us to this particular moment. But again, the Norwegians felt they didn't do anything wrong, that they were truly in the right, that they were provoked first, that they had warned the French over and over again. And I mean, they were correct in their thinking because of all the raids that had happened on the Kaldvannian farming towns along the border. They were right in thinking that, yes, we were provoked. We've been provoked for far too long. So they weren't incredibly pleased with the idea of also having to surrender and not gain anything from the French, because there were still calls for the French to be completely pushed off the island and for Castine to be absorbed into Kaldvann and to make this entirely a Norwegian colony with no French intervention or input or whatever. But unfortunately, peace talks did start to occur. Well, fortunately for the folks who wanted the Norwegians to be pushed off entirely. But yeah, so I mean, so like I said, the peace talks began to occur, and by it was, let me see, July of 1813, a truce was established between both the Kaldvannian colony and the Castine colony. France would have established more punishments for any further attacks upon the Kaldvannian people, that this would not be tolerated any further going forward. That both sides would work to establish a better relationship than they'd had over the last few years, over the last while, actually. And that there needed to be more cooperation from either side, especially, in the shortcomings of France. Basically everything would go back to the way it was kind of beforehand in terms of land. There would no be a surrender of territory. There would be giving up no land to either side, which kind of came as a slap to face to Johan Carlsen, who had worked so hard to push the French troops all the way back to within eyesight of Castine. He was within 5 miles of Castine, roughly. But he was able to see the smoke from the chimneys of Castine. So he was a little offended by that, but after the war he had the fort dedicated to him in his honor right before his death. So the war kind of came to an end, and everything just kind of went back to it was. I mean, relationships between either side were still a little tarnished, per se. The Kaldvannians were a little apprehensive towards the Kaldvannians, or the Kaldvannians were a little apprehensive towards the French, and the French towards the Norwegians. So it just kind of, still created some issues every now and again. I don't want to do textures here because it will look funny, so I'm just gonna, and I might go do that up by the hotel. Sorry, I'm just going to focus on this for 1 second. Anyways, so this kind of the status quo just kind of returned to normal, and like I said, there were a lot of hurt feelings over it, and there were quite many lives lost from either side. But the general idea behind either side was to amend relations and to avoid another war between each other, in a sense, which would work for the most part for the next 100 years or so. Tempers would rise again coming into another point in time, but I'm not going to spoil that for, right now. I'm going to break here in just a second to go get some water. Just like I said, hit the restroom so I can just freshen up real quick. Actually, I think I will do right here, so I'll leave you guys with a nice little view of Hasvik. So I'll be right back.
Som nasker til seg her og der og svindler en luret stakkars mann.
Alright, so I'll go for a little bit longer and then I'm gonna take a break because my stomach's starting to rumble and so I gotta get ready for work in a little bit. I don't think I know exactly what time they want me. Because they kind of gave me the option to go in, but I don't want to just show up like really late. But I know I'm going in tonight to view closing operations, so I know I'm not needed, but and then tomorrow I'm on the schedule for 3 o'clock, so I have to go in. Anyways, so but anyway, so yeah, so the just kind of the status quo returned to normal, and you know that was kind of that. You know, the war just kind of ended on this very awkward, kind of just weird note. Either side just kind of was like, yeah, you know, this was kind of dumb, and just kind of went back to it. So that was kind of that. That was, honestly, that was the Kaldvannian Acadian War. It was just kind of this weird little conflict and kind of just a series of decisive battles, and it just kind of ended with, you know, hey, you know, just sorry it happened. And that was kind of that. But that kind of took us to the end of the Denmark-Norway rule, because Denmark-Norway ended in 1814 at the end of the Dano-Swedish War of 1813, 1814. So, and then after that war ended with Norway, which, you know, we didn't really have any involvement with. We were doing our own thing. You know, Norway, let's see here, I believe they came under, so Norway ceded to King of Sweden, which, we have the Kingdom of Norway from 1814 to present, but that's what happened in Norway. So once that happened in 1814, or what am I trying to say here? So yeah, at the end of 1814, or after that war, Norway ceded to Sweden, but also in 1814, under the Kingdom of Norway, Norway had the Swedish-Norwegian War, which resulted in about 400 casualties. It was a defeat, but the Swedes accepted its full constitution, which is actually what's being celebrated by Norway, I believe, on May 17th. That's their Constitution Day. So the Kingdom of Norway persisted. So Kaldvann was no longer a Dano-Swede colony. It was now just a Norwegian colony. I mean, as it always had been, but there was no Danish interest in that. Although at the end of Denmark-Norway, I said Sweden, Denmark's Norway, Greenland, Faroe Islands, Iceland, I believe, all went to Denmark. Norway didn't retain any control over that. There were talks of Denmark gaining control of Kaldvann, but Norway kind of pushed back heavily on that as, no, this is ours. We fought quite heavily for this. This is definitely ours. Like, get fucked, buddy. Like this is ours. Like, that's not going to you. So. So. One second. Kind of want to do 1.03. Hold on a second, I gotta do 1.06. That'll be fine. I can also just move this building over just a touch. Proceeds to not move building. Building on hills is always fun. So no, whatever. But yeah, so this would be this little place right here. I like that. It's just a little store. But yeah, so we became entirely a Norwegian colony and didn't really have too many issues up beyond that. Like I said, the years after the Kaldvannian, the Kaldvannian Franco War, not the Acadian War, the Kaldvannian Franco War. I kept addressing that incorrectly. The Kaldvannian Franco War. Like I said, it was just mostly improving relationships between either side, and they did pretty well. Moving into the years just under the Kingdom of Norway, and solely just the Kingdom of Norway, things were pretty calm and quiet in Kaldvann. There weren't a lot of happenings per se. Everything was just kind of calm. There was a lot of prosperity across the island. Pushing into the mid-1800s, we did see some major industrialization. We kind of capitalized on textile and using some factories for major textiling or textilization, or I forget what the word, or if there's even a word for that. Particularly in, I won't go over there, Rosenborg and Trondheim saw some heavy textile usage. Ports started to grow. Also, there was the discovery and continue to I mean, there was always known to be iron ore, coal deposits, gold, silver deposits on the island. Those started to become mined a little more into the mid 1800s. A small eruption from the mountain back there, Deket smelted fjell. Deket smelted fjell. Yeah, Deket smelted fjell. Began to erupt again. Small eruption this time. No major loss of anything. There was maybe a couple of. I think there was a road that got that was close to the mountain that got buried. It was a dirt road that got buried under a small lava flow. But other than that, then of course moving into the 1900s. Particularly the early 1900s. Like I said, there wasn't a whole lot. I haven't drummed up that part of the history yet. Going into the Kingdom of Norway, I mostly focused on Denmark, Sweden, and our early history through the 16, 17, and 1800s, well, early 1800s. Going into the 1900s, however, we did have very little to no involvement during World War I. The Castine colonies sent troops to France to fight for France during World War I against the Germans. So we do have we had World War I veterans and troops that fought for the colonies. Norway, however, remained neutral during the conflict, but did seek to support and help Great Britain. And Kaldvann was called to help as well, and to help and support Great Britain with its efforts against, the German Empire. Particularly, Kaldvannian ships were sank off the coast of Great Britain. So, I mean, there were casualties of Kaldvannian and Castine citizens during World War I. But there were no conflicts here. Life back at home was pretty quiet and calm. War never really seemed to bother us. And then, of course, going... Black. Got it. Ha! Going forward, sorry, man, that was itchy. Going into the 1920s, after World War I ended, it was just a very prosperous time for Kaldvann. We kind of really rode on the high of the Roaring '20s. Obviously, swing parties, booze, and all that stuff was the rage in America. Large parties were all the rage here too, and of course, prohibition was never a thing here in Kaldvann. So we never had to worry about that. But I mean, there were very, very large parties, very, 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 very large parties, and music kind of became the culture of the island, as well as a large interest into sports. Organized sports had become a thing after World War I, particularly with the introduction of baseball. There were some French troops serving with some American troops at the very end of World War I that were, the introduction of baseball and the concept of baseball was introduced to them. And after the war, some of these individuals traveled to the United States and were able to see baseball being played, and baseball came back to the island. And baseball still is a very large cultural identity, or it's ingrained into the cultural identity of Kaldvann. It's something that is very near and dear to us. So, so after all these years and after World War I, it kind of sparked this large interest in sports that just, for the most part, didn't particularly exist in a lot of ways. But as time went on, it just kind of became more of a thing. and it swept through the country like wildfire. I mean, organized teams started popping up everywhere. Hockey and baseball were the two major sports. Football football, like true football, once played over in Europe, became a rage over here, as well as other sports per se, more in the wintertime, competitive. Skiing was a thing back then, but you want to stutter a little more next time, Jaden? But like I said, the big thing through the 20s was music. Music became all the craze over here. Big swing jazz bands. Similarly to what people who were actually starting to travel as wealth started to grow. Folks were starting to visit, United States more regularly, or were capable of doing so, and so on and so forth. As we were a little closer to some portions. And so, they were starting to see the likes of America, and, well, people were enthralled with the concept of these big bands, and it started to become a thing back here in Kaldvann, these big bands, particularly in Trondheim, but a very carefree and happy culture ensued, which actually kind of helped amend the relationships between French and the Franco and Nordic colonies, where these major parties, even sports, wars could no longer, it was felt that differences could be settled out on the ball field or on the ice arena, or out on the ice and stuff. Versus, getting your guns or, fighting and stuff like that physically. Sports could now settle the differences between the two. And is actually something that is still gone after today across the island. The Kaldvann and Franco Cup, which dates back to the 20s, which gave note and recognized, that little over 100 years after the Kaldvann and Franco War, that relations were much better, and that, we should no longer fight in such a violent way where blood is shed. Rather, again, that the differences of our ways of life should be fought on the ball field. As well as in the ice arena, but the Kaldvann and Franco Cup is played. That's the for baseball. Very very hard and brutal season, but all sides of the island have some team. Stadiums range in size nowadays, but the point being, but into the 20s, like I said, a lot of financial success through Kaldvann. The Depression, however, going into the late 20s, early 30s, did creep its way into here. It crept its way into Kaldvann, and some not very happy times kind of joined us and became a part of the culture. Sorry, just looking at something real quick. Trying to think what I want to do, because I don't want to play too many trees in here. I want to do some, slight grass and maybe a couple of shrubs. Maybe a couple more pines along the way, some birches and such, but I don't want to do anything else. But I'm liking the way this is starting to look. I particularly like... I know I've been talking more than anything, and so it's been kind of not a whole lot of building on my end. But anyways, the Great Depression did seep its way into Kaldvann. there were financial hardships, and people did struggle to make ends meet during that time period and such. Industries were very hard hit, particularly because there were no buyers, particularly from our largest customers in America. Of course, exports to Norway still, what's the word I'm looking for? Persisted, as well as France, but times were very tough. It was a very slow period for Kaldvann. Labor programs were set up, however, from the Kaldvannian side, which led the way into the Franco side. A true sense of unification between both sides was established at that point, as both colonies acted independently from their parent nations to establish these programs to assure that its people would still be taken care of, employed, and fed. So at this time, a sense of looking in instead of out ensued, possibly the word I'm looking for, but came to light. Instead of looking to the rest of the world, Kaldvann looked to itself to help support itself through these troubling times. Now, going into the late 30s, however, was kind of a struggle. One second, someone messaged me. Anyways, sorry. Just had to reply to something real quick. But going into the late 30s, there was a lot of political talk on the island. For the longest time, there were, these were colonies, and Kaldvann had been a colony since the very late 1500s, since 1597. This was the colony of Trondheim, and then in 1801, I believe I said, or 1800, it was formally recognized as the colony, or Kaldvann. And same with Castine. Castine was officially recognized as a colony, part of France as of 1716. And then a joint Franco-Nordic colony was established in 1779. So, we're pushing 1938, and, we've been a colony for quite a long time. People were starting to talk about independence. Independence was all the craze. But there were also new ideas in the world that were starting to seep into modern society. Kaldvann, very small, but still had a very large interest in what was going on in the world. Because only so much can retain one's interest at home. And when that's the case, you have to look outside to kind of start to really understand what's been going on. And the country for a while had been looking within and starting to see, hey, we don't really like being a colony anymore. Like, why can't we be our own place? Like, Norway is kind of far away, and France is kind of far away. Why can't we be our own colony? And that started to become more of a talk. Was a free Kaldvannian nation. Of course, the French kind of had their own ideas. Potentially breaking off and being their own independent country. Although being smaller, they were more keen to stay attached to France because they were just much smaller, and they were worried about, if Kaldvann was no longer the Kaldvannian colony, or the colony of Kaldvann for Norway, that if they became independent from France, that there would be a chance that they could get swallowed up by the Norwegian side. And this kind of started to worry some people and started just to kind of raise suspicions over, why is this? But there was also another craze in the world, and that was the idea of what was going on in Germany at the time with the Nazi Party. People were starting to see that, and it seemed like a cool idea. And actually, a small party of Nazis started to spring up in Kaldvann. Watch this video get taken down for me saying that word. That'd be kind of funny. But the Nazi Party did find its way into Kaldvann, and the idea behind it actually seemed kind of interesting. And now it wasn't a new concept, but the more that time had passed by, the more that that party rose to power in Germany. People started to see what was going on there and be like, wow, look what this guy's doing for his country and stuff, and look how great it is over there, and that seems kind of nice. He's restoring a sense of nationalism and stuff, and that's all the stuff that he's doing there. Like, why can't we do that here? And so the idea behind the Nazi Party started to grow a little more in Kaldvann, though it wasn't always the prominent idea. But people were seeing it, and were starting to, like I said, to take note. And they were starting to take note, and they were like, hey, this seems great. Like, why can't we do what he's doing over there over here? Maybe not to the T, but other talks, previously from what had been going on in Eastern Europe was communism. Communism was starting to become a major talk here in Kaldvann, though it was the less favorable. Communists generally were not entertained very well in Kaldvann, and the idea behind communism just never really seemed to attract the masses as much as other did. But the traditional status quo, just the constitutional monarchy, always seemed to persist, and that's what people tended to abide more by. This kind of started to become into question during 1940. Now, talks of independence continued, even from the mid to late 30s. They had always been there. And there were requests to the Norwegian government and the French government to seek independence, which were always rejected. Communism kind of always just kind of socialism, just it was always kind of just there. But point being is the colonies remained the same. But going into 1940, issues arose when Nazi Germany invaded both Norway and France. April 9th, 1940, Germany invaded Norway and such, and in the same year invaded France. And not long after that, a few months after its initial invasion, Norway fell fairly quickly. One second. And then, stop texting me. And then on June 14th, 1940, France fell. So already we're barely halfway through, 1940, and both the parent governments to Kaldvann have fallen to Nazi Germany. So the notion behind many of the people is, okay, so what do we do now? Like, our parent countries just got invaded, and they're now occupied by Germany. We don't have contact with France, and a handful of exiles have reached Norway. And we don't really, and a handful of exiles from Norway have reached Trondheim here in Kaldvann. What do we do exactly? This is bad. This is bad. This is really bad. Bad. So it started to, panic is kind of the best word. Panic swept the country because everyone was certain we're a French territory, we're a Norwegian territory. Both those are occupied by Nazi Germany right now. That's not good. The local Nazi parties, particularly in Kaldvann, took it upon themselves to establish themselves as heads of government. They said, oh, we're the Nazi political party here in Kaldvann. Your parent countries are now occupied by our political party, so therefore we are in charge. And people started to buy it. Except for the local governments. The local government's like, no. Now, I have spent a lot of time on this particular subject and trying to determine exactly how I'm going to go about it, because this is somewhere where I draw a lot of interest. Hold on. This is where I draw a lot of interest in stuff, but there was a lot of people who were buying it that, these guys are our leaders now, when it wasn't quite the case. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of messages and it's really starting to annoy me. anyways, just gonna start wrapping it up here. But the idea of who is in charge right now started to really become an issue, and the local governments started to lose control. People who were in support of the Nazi Party gathered and amassed in Trondheim and attempted to forcefully take the Parliament building in Trondheim. The National Guard, more or less, I guess if you want to say it that, but the Kaldvannian army, garrisoned by the Norwegians, stepped in and took it back. Shots were fired between either side. People were hurt. There were about 10 to 15 people critically wounded or killed. So things weren't fantastic, to say the least. And then on top of that, there were social unrests between the different classes, particularly, I think I mentioned last time, with the Rosenborg riots over at the mills, with the social divides. That was kind of sparked by just a lot of the civil unrest. People tired of the upper class always having, say over everything that happened, so the lower class rose up. That was kind of stirred up by the Communist Party. The workers unite, the workers rise. That was kind of stirred by that, but mostly it just kind of turned into just people having enough and always being led by the working class. People sick of their working conditions at work. The mill owners just kind of being assholes and not giving really much of a fuck about their employees. It's kind of manifested into this large-scale issue, and the Rosenborg neighborhoods lit up in flames and were pretty much thoroughly destroyed at that point. But the civil unrest spread across the island with this sense of fear that the Nazis were coming, that they were going to come and they were going to take this country, and we had nothing to do about it. That we were gonna fall victim. That this was it. We were done for. And we were gonna be occupied, and we were not gonna like it. We were gonna have to like it, but we were not gonna like it. And that we didn't have the troops or the ammunition or really the supplies to mount a stand against our potential occupiers. That never did happen. A different form of occupation came, however, from the United States, who noticed a bit of a situation and a potential issue geographically with Kaldvann, since we sit relatively close to Canada. So leading up between 1942 and 1943, the United States occupied Kaldvann just to kind of quell the unrest and give the control back to the local government, and to also assure that no Nazi occupation occurred within the country. The sitting party members were not present when the United States showed up. There was a bit of a clash with U.S. forces and the Kaldvannian Nazi Party in Castine, who happened to be down there when the U.S. showed up, trying to spread the idea that they were the leaders, and that all control of the country needed to be given to them, so they could start communicating with Germany, in the Third Reich, to formally establish communications and get everything just to get the ball rolling and stuff, which never came. When the U.S. landed, which they didn't storm the beaches, but they came sailing in, very welcomed too, when they did come in. But when they came in, their they knew of the existence of a Nazi party and began rounding up people. It was almost a bit of a persecution, like a modern-day witch hunt of people accused of, being Nazis, and it really turned into a large problem for the occupiers of the Allied forces coming in, and once Canadian troops started arriving and stuff, and once U.S. troops started coming in, just to kind of quell everything. They were faced with this large problem of people. You don't like your neighbor? They're suddenly a Nazi. That guy, that gives you the creepy stare when you pass by him on the street. Well, he's suddenly a Nazi too, and it was the hard task of determining, okay, who's actually a Nazi and who's not. Like, who is actually someone that we need to be interested in here and who isn't? Because this is getting out of hand, and eventually. Eventually, a bit of control was regained and stuff, and the people who did need to be found were found. In Castine, there was a bit of a armed standoff that involved some tanks between the the Nazi party that was down there and the U.S. forces. The small armory that sits in Castine was broken into by the members of the party who had gone down to for their first visit, more or less, before they came back with force to take over the French portion of the island. But they broke into the armory and were able to get their hands on equipment. None of them were terribly trained on how to use said equipment, but they were still had their hands on equipment. But it ended all peacefully, and the appropriate people were turned over to the U.S. authorities, and Kaldvann was established as a Norwegian-French free colony at that point, and didn't have to worry about any potential issues from its aforementioned potential occupiers. The U.S. did utilize and keep a small force within Kaldvann, all around, sparsely, but it, kind of amassed itself at the ports and used Kaldvann as a jumping point, particularly in the helping with getting stuff over to England for D-Day. In preparation of that. So Kaldvann had another wartime purpose, which they were happy to help in. Volunteers as well from Kaldvann and the Castine colonies happily enlisted to join the Americans, and help the British in possibly retaking France, and also helping to liberate Norway when the time came. And that's kind of about as far as I got with all that. Post-war, I've never really... I've touched a little bit upon it, but I never really quite got too involved with that. Particularly, sovereignty came to Kaldvann in 1987, and it was agreed to use the name Kaldvann since that was already a very widely used name, and the Norwegians outnumbered the French in the referendum, but France and Norway ceded control of the colonies to a centralized government, which kind of retained more control by the Norwegians, as France had already kind of was just, they had kind of been done with the colony for a while. Not done like in a bad way, but they just didn't care anymore. So in 1987, the colony of Kaldvann, or the colonies of Kaldvann and Castine, were handed over to the local officials and you know, reached their point of sovereignty in 1987. There was some involvement from Kaldvann during the Cod Wars with Iceland. Kaldvann assisted Iceland in kind of flexing its muscles back at England, so there was a bit of a skirmish between nothing huge, because it was mostly just a Cold War, in a sense. But, you know, Kaldvann still kind of had a hand in the Cod Wars. British vessels did visit Kaldvannian waters a couple of times. Once Kaldvann was more heavily involved in the Cod Wars in assisting Icelandic ships, you know, in fishing what is rightfully theirs. But that's kind of as far as I got on that. I was doing a lot of research on the Cod Wars last night. But, you know, we're very close with our neighbors in Greenland, Canada, and distantly in Iceland. As Iceland and Kaldvann have something in common, and that is volcanoes and such. That is mostly just about all of Kaldvann's history. You know, I am going to type up a very in-depth document about each topic more in-depth than I went today, and talking more about Kaldvann's history much more in-depth than I did today. Just in general. So, you know, I'm excited to do so, and I'm excited to continue to build this as I go forward, and loving how the ground is looking. And I think that's enough trees in this area, so next I'll put some shrubs and bushes, or at least just grass and such in here. But that's kind of where I'm at for the day. I think I'm going to break down and go eat to give my voice a hard rest. I also got to look at my knee pads here soon. I should probably also text my manager and just see when the hell I'm going in. Sorry, just anyways, but you know, this is what I eventually want to do with Kaldvann, is do you know, more of the history side of it, do a small series about the history of the country and specific events, and use this map to kind of portray it in a sense, kind of draw the scene, you know, like a more proper video series that I can spit out from time to time. But of course, you know, you guys get to enjoy some of it now as I go along. I think this is really the first time that I've really dove into the precise history of my country that I've been creating for such a long time. I hope that you guys enjoyed it for what it's worth and such, as well as my sporadic building for the day that I didn't do a whole hell of a lot. Like, I've been going for about 4 hours and I've really only done this. Like, that's pathetic. But either way, but I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta get some food. I gotta figure out when I'm heading into work because they gave me the option and I don't know when's the appropriate time to show up. So I will talk to y'all later. If you like this, please comment, rate, subscribe, and I'll talk to y'all on the flip side. So have a lovely week. Talk to you then.